Bup, 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 bup. There we go. Right. Hello, hello. Oh, we are back to being a little bit laggy. Oh well. Anything we can do on the settings here? Probably not. Mm. Okie dokie. Let's just see if we can close down any background apps that might be using up big chunks of memory. Not an awful lot, to be honest. Yeah, it is just the Logitech stuff for the camera and Streamlabs. Okay, right. Give me a second. Okie dokie. Right, where are we? Okie doke. Sorry, trying to do a million things at once. All right, where are we? Get some gloves on and we can start with the tech work. So it's looking like we're a bit laggy again today, so you'll have to let me know how it's going. Okay. YouTube is being silly today and refusing to minimize the window because that's just YouTube. Okay. Well, we are continuing on with this recoil build. Yeah, it's looking like we're going to be suffering from some lag today. I don't know what's happening with the old laptop, but it has decided it's it's going to be a bit slow today. I cannot wait till we get the big PC hooked up. Okie doke. So we can chuck you over there. Oh, you know what? I've forgotten to start recording. There we go. Right, we are recording. So this is a continuation of the TM recoil build we were doing yesterday. This is a SOPMOD. And we have some fully set in bushings now. I'm just going to give them a little clean. Just to make sure no stud locker has gotten inside the bushing holes. There we go. Very nice. Dry them off. There we go. So I was under the distinct impression that today was Friday, at least all the way up until about 7:30 last night. So that was fun. It was only when I went to book in the UPS collection for today that I realised, wait a second, it's Wednesday yesterday, Thursday today, not Friday. Oh dear. So here we have a Solink brushless motor. This is the classic light motor. So yeah, very nice. Very reasonably priced. Oh, we are 1.5mm on our screws here, so that's handy. Let's just open up this end bell and have a quick look, see what's inside. There we go. Oh, hey man. No, you can just ship it straight over. No upfront payment is required. Cool. That is interesting. Yeah, so just send it over, and yeah, once it's here, I'll have a quick look at it, and we will kind of take it from there. Just be sure to include a wee note with all your contact details and stuff inside the box. So, this Solink Classic Light still has the little speed selector switch. I wonder if that works. I'm not going to play around with it on this build, because this is for a customer, but that is very interesting. I'm going to pick up another one of these for my own testing, and yeah, we'll see if that that switch works. I wonder if I can show you here. Maybe we can bring the magnifier down. So just here, this is the normal speed switch on the whoopsie daisy. There we go. That's the normal speed switch that you would find on the next model up. However, it's still here. So I'm not sure if that's been disabled in firmware or if there's maybe like a little diode or something that's just not been soldered onto the board to kind of disable it. But yeah, I'm gonna pick up one of these and have a play around, see what makes it tick. Because if this is just the same as the next model up, but without the little slot cut for the switch, and then, you know, the switch tab just cut flush, then, well, yeah, that's very interesting to know. Gotcha, I'll be shipping it out tomorrow then. Awesome. Yeah, it'll probably take a week or two to arrive, especially as we're coming up to the Christmas period, but I will let you know as soon as it is here. Yeah, if it's just gearbox internals and things, no bodywork, it should get through customs pretty swiftly. So, thanks for the like, Richard. Yeah, it should get through customs pretty easily. And yeah, I'll just get to work once it's here. Okay, so this is a little bit of a test for the tubes of you. We have a grip on stream. Oh no, a plastic airsoft grip. Is YouTube gonna kick off and close the stream down? Who knows? It is all in the hands of the algorithm. Their ridiculous AI moderation. I have every piece of the gearbox with new parts in one bag and the stock parts in another. Cool. Yep. Perfect. Yeah. So just label it up. I mean, it's not, you know, the value of it is going to be pretty low. Maybe, I don't know, $10, $15 or something. Put it down as just whatever you feel like. And then yeah. So yeah, you'll have to do like a customs form for it. So just whatever there. Hey Richard, I'm thinking of changing up my SOPMOD and making it HPA with the small canisters inside the buffer tube. That's something you boys will be able to do. Now I don't do an awful lot of HPA work, I'm afraid. It is not something that I've done before. It's not something that I've even heard of people wanting to do with the recoil. Usually with the TM recoils, you know, they would kind of want to keep that recoil system. Or is it not a recoil SOPMOD? Is it just like a standard kind of AEG M4 or something? I'm sure it's possible. I would need to have a look into the specific setup that would need to achieve that. Right, so now we've got the motor height set. Yeah, I think, is it Wolverine that do the HPA sort of stock conversion canistery things? I'll need to have a look. I'll need to do some research and see what sort of options are available for doing that sort of thing. I'm sure it's possible, but like I said, it's not something I've done before, so I couldn't tell you the process or the price. off the top of my head. Right. So now, how is the stream looking for everyone? It is and the range is ridiculous. My SOPMOD is set up currently at 350, but would like it to be 450 semi. Cool. Okay. Well, if it is doable in a VFC, then I am sure it's doable in a recoil SOPMOD. Worst case scenario, we need to machine a new stock, or you know, modify the existing buffer tube. But I'm sure it's or make some sort of adapter. But yeah, I'm sure it's possible. Never shipped anything to another country before. This should be interesting. Yes, yep. Like I said, you'll have to do a customs declaration form. Okay, we're going to need to modify this grip a little bit to make room for the shimming. Yeah, so you'll need to do drop me an email through the the contact page on the website, kingdomofairsoft.com, or just email me directly, sam@kingdomofairsoft.com, and I can walk you through the process and sort of suggest the optimal way to fill out the customs declaration. And if you there are some additional things that can speed up the process, like putting my kind of UCARA number on the package. It's not necessary because I run a shop, but customs being customs, they like that number on the front. So yeah, drop me an email if you like, and I'll sort of run through anything you might need to know. The buffer tube had to have a section ground out to fit the cylinder, I believe, but it seemed a very easy conversion for him. Unfortunately, the tech who carried out the work has given it up. Oh dear. Oh well. Yeah, I'm sure I'd be happy to have a look, certainly. I don't mind doing HPA work. Like it's not something that I have done an awful lot of over the years. I've kind of focused on AEGs, but I've nothing in particular against HPA. It's just a different method of propulsion. So yeah, I'm happy to have a look, and absolutely, yep, no problem at all. It might be probably tomorrow evening before I can get back to you. I'm going to be live streaming most of today, and I've already done my admin for this morning. Oops, right, let's remagnetize this screwdriver. Yeah, I've done. Hey Richard, how's it going? HPA spits, yes. Richard, different Richard on Facebook. So yeah, Rich, Eagle 6 Richard. The other Richard, I don't know if you've caught the stream so far, has been asking about converting his TM recoil SOPMOD to HPA. So that is something I am definitely up for looking into. I actually detest HPA as a rule, but this seems to be a less offensive usage. I mean, maybe less offensive in general, but I don't know, I wouldn't go putting that on the TM Recoil Facebook group. You might get some hate there. I love it. Like, I absolutely love it. But then, you know, my primary gun was an MP5K that I'd converted into a DMR. Richard Eagle 6 has left the chat and life. Oh dear. Yes. I kind of agree with you there. I'm not a big fan of the hoses and such, but yeah, it's cool. There's definitely a place for it. You know, super quiet, you know, long range setups, snipers and so on, LMGs. I wouldn't mind running a hose with an LMG. Like, you know, you've got enough bulk already. It's not gonna make an enormous difference there. But generally speaking, yeah, it's not massively for me, but I see the appeal. So yeah. Right, so we are checking the play. Let's zero that off. 0.37. Okay, so we'll start with a 0.3 and we'll go from there. CO2 cartridges game changing for a long run. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I used to. HPA wasn't much of a thing back then, you know. I mean, it was, but it wasn't as prevalent. You know, the Polestar Fusion engine hadn't even been released when I was running an M700, so we didn't really have a lot of mainstream options for HPA. There were obviously some niche kind of Japanese companies and Taiwanese companies making, you know, some World War II HBA builds and, you know, MP5s and that kind of stuff, but they were pretty niche. And of course, you know, the earliest airsoft kit was, you know, HPA or pre-charger, essentially. Thanks, but I'll message you guys soon. I'm coming back up the roof for New Year, so I may nip into the shop if you're open. Cool. Yeah, awesome. We will be open. I will be away between I mean, obviously Christmas, so I'll be off from. It'll be I think probably the 4th of January before I'm back in the shop. Oh, excuse me. I'm taking the kids up to their grandparents for the sort of week over Christmas and New Year. So yeah, I'll not be around. But if you're coming up just after New Year, then yeah, I'll be here and we will be open. I don't even know what day the 4th is, but I'll be at work. After a week off, I will definitely be in work. Oh, I've missed a message there. The one thing that really gets my goat is the HPA airsoft guns that look like paintball guns and Speedsoft and go play paintball. I understand the dislike for them. I'm not a massive fan of them myself. Like, I see a lot of new players with them, and you know, they're competitive. Like, I get why they're using them, but it's not for me. Tom, cheers, peace out. Yeah, man, cheers. Yeah, just give us a shout and we'll get yours sorted. Oh, I made coffee, didn't I? It's probably cold by now. always the case. It's like, yeah, it's cold. That's fine, I don't mind cold coffee. Right. Oops. You know what? Let's get a little bit of this grease in here. That is just going to hold our motor height plate in there. Oh, I had a build the other day where the customer brought it in, you know, with a lot of excess heat being generated, and it just wasn't very efficient. Turns out the motor height plate, that little plate that I stuck in there, was missing. So the height adjustment grub screw was screwing directly down onto the axle of the motor. So yeah, that was fun. Okay, so how are we looking now? Oh, still plenty of play there. I think we'll need to go up to 0.4 mils actually. Yeah, so we have this recoil SOPMOD to do. We've got the Cyma Platinum to finish off. All the parts have now arrived. And we might even be going for an edgy steel barrel in that one to replace the off-spec Da Vinci. It was a toss-up between Prometheus and edgy steel, but I think edgy steel has won out in the end. I mean, they are the perfect barrels. And I think it is even just about the right length. It's about 20 mil longer than the barrel that was in there, but I think the suppressor will still cover that, and it's ported as well, so it'll still get some use from the suppressor. But yeah, so once we're finished here, I should pretty much be able to complete this build. I'll have to build the bodywork off stream because we are streaming on YouTube again. Let me just check. No, I've not had any messages to say the stream has been taken down. I don't know why YouTube is refusing to go into picture-in-picture mode now. My phone, but today it's like, nope, we're not doing that today. Anyway. Right, so we've added a 0.1 onto there. Get the motor installed again. The height is correct, so we're just shimming out the play on top of the bevel gear. What's the DD37JQ in your address on the site? That is the postcode. So yeah, in the UK, our postal codes have letters and numbers, not just the kind of numbers that you would have out in the States. There we go. Okay, let's make sure. Okay, that's a hair on the tight side. Let's just check it in all major positions. Side. So what we'll do is we'll go down to 0.35. We'll go down to 0.35 with a 0.2 and a 0.15, and that should hopefully get us to where we need to be with the shimming. Oh, the day has just zoomed past so far. 20 past 3. Oh dear. It's like middle of the afternoon already and it's getting dark. Right. So yeah, we can zip the screws out with the electric driver, but we cannot zip them in because we can't feel where the thread is. Oh, come back. Marui screws. There we go. Okay, so we want 2 and 1/5, and that'll give us 0.35 all together now. There we go. So yeah, I got my delivery of message sent for that customs info, sir. No problem at all. I will see if I can reply to that maybe during a break in the stream or something. I'll need to nip through to the office to use that computer. Yeah, awesome. Through the webpage contact form, that is perfect. Right. Okay, so hopefully this gets us to where we need to be with the top height. So the distance of the bevel gear, the bevel gear from the pinion. From there, any further shimming will happen to the underside of the bevel gear. There we go. Nice, awesome. Yeah, I will. Yeah, I'll know who it is. There we go. Okay. Okay, that's still a little bit on the tight side. I wonder if something has changed, if it's just not quite sit. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, so I think it's perfect in some positions, but a tad loose in some others. So there's maybe a little bit of slop in the okay. Right, I think we are going to have to go back down to the 0.3 mil. However, we're going to shim out the motor height tower and just make sure that that is perfect. Oh, hey Gareth. Yep, no problem at all. This is your SOPMOD right here. So we've got the Solink motor, we're just doing the shimming. We did all the prep work yesterday. I was live streaming that and I totally forgot to drop you a message and let you know I was live streaming it. Just completely slipped my mind. Started off doing a Cyma Platinum, and then we sort of got to a point where I had to set that to one side. So yeah, we moved on to a new Prol Defender, which turned out to be a very quick fix. And then on to yours. But yeah, I will be eventually editing the videos and getting them up on YouTube. I think I did just publish the VODs up on Twitch. I mean, they're only there for 7 days or something, but yeah, if you want to have a wee scan through, you'll be able to see everything that happened to your SOPMOD gearbox from yesterday's stream. It's really just the cleaning and the prep work and the polishing. Right. Okay, so we'll go back to the 0.3 mil for the top, and then we will go. So that's the piston. So that is the epoxy has set, and we've done the porting. Oh, there's a little bit of glare there. It's not really helping. We'll need to find a way to reduce that glare. But the auto white balance adjust is just awful. Yeah, so that's the epoxy has cured on the rack of teeth for your piston. Piston head is all done. So yeah, that is ready to go in. That's the Eagle 6 M100, but we'll swap out the spring if we need to sort of get the FPS that we want. But we'll start off with the M100 and see how that goes. We'll check it out. Awesome, yeah. Yeah, so they'll be up on Twitch for 7 days, edited a bit, and then up on YouTube in the near future. Okay, how much play do we have? Actually, nothing at all. Okay, so I think we'll just be with the 0.3, and we'll have to just make that work. I mean, I am liking that the Solink motor height tower is a perfect fit, literally a perfect fit in the TM grip. There is zero play there at all, probably less than 0.1 mils, which is either by design or a very useful coincidence. But either way, it's making my job a lot easier. Because we don't have to be doing any there we go. We don't have to be doing any shimming of the support tower. So I'd usually do that with some Kapton tape, but no, not necessary this time. Agreed, we found the same nice motor. Yeah, yeah, it is. It's a really nice motor. I'm liking them. So a little bit of play there. Let's check it in all different positions. A little bit of play there. Slightly less play. So it could just be, yep, slightly less play. So yeah, we'll have to slightly less play. That's fine. There's the play. So there's maybe just like a little slight play in a couple of positions, but it is very minor, so that is well within tolerance. Yeah, Richard, have you taken the end cap off these motors yet? I had a look at the start of the stream and saw that the speed adjustment switch is still there, and it looks like it might even still be hooked up on the classic. Hopefully good to post this out tomorrow if all goes well. But yeah, I'm gonna grab some more. That is kind of cool. I mean, it might be disabled in firmware, or it might, you know, have a component missing that's required to get the power to it. So even though it activates, you know, they've cut the tab flush, but you can still move it back and forwards, a pair of tweezers or something. But yeah, I did notice a couple of solder pads with no components on, so maybe there's just, they haven't routed the power through that. Okay, we're going to need quite a lot of shims on there. But yeah, it'll be interesting either way. I do need to get, I really need to get a proper data logger, or an oscilloscope, you know, a digital oscilloscope. I used to have one, and I loaned it out to someone. I can't remember who, but yeah, I had a digital oscilloscope, just a little data logger thing. And yeah, I loaned it out to someone and then never got it back. I cannot remember who I loaned it to. It was a long time ago. Like, it wasn't crazy expensive or anything, but it was very useful. Not pulled them apart yet, but I'm seriously considering moving over from Warhead, which is a shame, as I spent some time bolstering that particular brand. Yeah, I get that. I was actually chatting to Chris the other day from Warhead, And yeah, we were kind of chatting about, you know, the Warhead motors and where the company is going and the state of brushless motors in general. And yeah, he has taken note of Solink. I sent him over some of the specs of the V5 so that he can compare, because some of the actual components in the Solink V5 and, you know, the Gate G5 and the Specna Arms Dark Matter 2, they're all the same motor. Yeah, some of the components they use are insanely good, like way over anything used in any other brushless motor. So I was very impressed with that. But you know, if that sparks some competition between Warhead and Solink, then fantastic. You know, that can only be good for the consumer. But yeah, like I don't play favorites with anyone. I will shout out the best product on the day. It certainly used to be Warhead. I would say T238 offered better value for money in many respects for a while. But yeah, Solink have just stormed ahead at the moment, and everyone else is kind of playing catch up. But yeah, I don't expect them to be. I don't expect Solink to be so far ahead for a very long time, because other companies have taken note and are working on new products to compete. But this is what we want. This is, as you know, as consumers, this is good. This is the optimal outcome, I would say. Right. We don't usually require so many shims underneath, but you know, we deal the hand we we play the hand we're dealt. That's what I'm meaning to say. Okay, I think we'll be good with that. We'll just screw the rest of them down to be sure. Oh, so I think I have to pause the music for a second. Ah, cool. Yes, Gareth, I've just seen your email. So yes, I will make sure this goes back to the correct address. Let me. Oh, stupid YouTube. Upgrade. Return address. Check emails. Cool. There we go. I've made a note. So yes, I will make sure it goes back to the correct address. Nobody likes nightmare neighbours who will refuse parcels. We've had people like that. There we go. That is less than 0.1 mils. Nice. Very good. Okay. So, shimming is done on the bevel. We're going to move on to the spur gear. So we'll need at least a 0.5 under this. Probably going to need at least a 0.3 as well under there. So we can add in a couple of the Tokyo Marui 0.15s. Hopefully that should get us to where we need to be with full tooth contact. Let's have a look. Just gonna bring the light down. Yeah, absolutely spot on. I'm not sure if we'll be able to see that in the stream, but it's a bit dark. Okay, so we've got the lower height set. Now I need to figure out how many are going on top. So let's start with 0.5. That's from the original Marui set. We'll probably need maybe a 0.3 after that, maybe a 0.2. 0.3 at least. Getting it close, and then we'll screw it down and test fully. Oh, 0.5 stuck to the bushing. There we go, 5 and a 3 for 0.8 total. How close is that? I think that's gonna be pretty much perfect. Yep, absolutely perfect. Nice. Very good. Okey-doke. And then we can move on to our sector. So let's just start with a 0.5 under that sector and see how we get on. At this point, I'm going to remove the bevel because I need to be able to see. Yep, that's going to keep them aligned, and I think we're going to need just a hair more. So that's a 5. Let's get a 0.2 under there as well. The upper shell on just to keep the gears aligned. There we go. I can see air between them. That is all we need. Very nice. So we're gonna just check the tooth clearance on the pinion, on the piston. Yeah, there's probably 0.8 mils between, so that is absolutely spot on. Just double check tappet clearance. Again, it's gonna be fine because the piston was fine. So we can move the tappet here. Can I angle this so I can show you? There's about a 5-second lag between me moving in real life and seeing the video on the screen. But you can see there, I'm kind of pulling the tappet down and moving it, and it's not even slightly moving or touching the sector gear, so there is plenty of space there. Yep, there we go, ideal. Right, so that is the height set. So let's maybe 0.6, 0.7. So let's shim out the top of that gear. Get a 0.5 on there. Just chuck the bevel gear back in while we're here. And okay, let's try it with Might be a little much, but oops, come on. There we go. We'll see how it is when it's tightened down. Might just be a fraction too tight, or it might be perfect. We'll know in a few seconds. Nope, that is actually perfect. There we go. So, nice and free spinning. Perfect. So, we can pack away those. So those are all the Prometheus shims in their little packets. Very nice. I just did a restock on those this morning. Get the rest away. I've got a whole tray of like micrometer measured shims, but honestly the Prometheus ones are all I use kind of 90% of the time. You know, if I need something very specific, I'll crack the tray open, but I need to sort through the random pile in there. But yeah, okay, so shimming is done. So we are kind of nearing the final stages now. We've got our MOSFET to hook in. But that doesn't really require an awful lot of work on the gearbox side. We'll have to do some wiring up on the stock side. Ah, Gareth, yes. Can you remind me how you wanted the stock set up? Was it direct wired so you could run like a PTS or Magpul stock in the future? And I'll look through the emails if we sort of get to that stage before you see. But yeah, we'll figure that out when we get there. Okay, grease. So, just a little bit of grease. Oh, okay, it was maybe someone else I've chatted to. So many builds. Yeah, so there are two options for hooking up the stock wiring. I can either run the wires through the buffer tube guide and then just directly solder them onto the existing plug. So we would take the fuse assembly out and then solder a Dean's plug directly to the bars. So that allows you to use the stock and slide it back and forwards without bending any wires or anything, but it means you're kind of locked to this original stock. You couldn't swap stock like a CTR or a PTS EPS. Then would need to do some, you'd need to change the wiring if we went with that way. But if you're always just gonna stick with the original Tokyo Marui stock, then that's how I would recommend doing it. Yeah, if you want to run like any aftermarket, the sprung contact plate, I'd remove the contact plate and then solder on stock for whatever you like at any point. So there's no kind of difference in price or anything like that. It's all included in the MOSFET installation. So yeah, just whichever one you want to go with is absolutely fine. There we go. So we are greasing in between the shims so that even if I knock the gears, which I do sometimes, the shims will stay in their correct positions. I just need to not Need to make sure that I don't knock them before they're all greased and set. So a little bit of grease just helps them stick in place. And I always order them the thicker shims closer to the middle of the gear, and then the thinner shims out towards the bushings. There we go. So then we're gonna grease up our teeth. A little bit more grease here for the spur. That's a bit much, we can brush some of that off. There we go. Right, that's the lower side done. Get the upper side done. That's one. And two. There we go. And once I've got them installed, I'll just do a little extra clean of any excess grease once they're all in. Solink is the brand, 39k motor you went with for that Cyma Platinum AG build I have waiting to work on. So for the Cyma Platinum, I went with this Solink motor. So it's the Pro 34k. There we go. So this is the one we're going with. So it's like just a little half step down from the V5, basically. So instead of fully programmable step by step, you've just got high and low, so you've got two speeds to choose from. Oh, sorry, that's what you went with, of course, for your for your Cyma Platinum build. Cool. Awesome. Yeah, still great motor. Okie doke. Right, Jeftron Leviathan. Here we go. Right. So that's that. That's that. We need the sticker. What we can do, just chuck those parts in there to keep it all together for now. And I can go off to the side. Yes, I know about polarity. It's just a little warning sticker. Right. Now, I personally don't like the way that these wires are. Redo it how I want it. So we're going to bring you up and you in the middle. There we go, that's the order we want. But first, just using an abundance of caution, I'm going to apply an extra insulating layer to the underside of the Leviathan. Now it's not strictly necessary, but I did have just one or two Leviathans where that insulating layer wasn't quite either applied correctly or it had worn through ever so slightly. So I've just taken to chucking an extra little bit of capped on tape over the over those contact points, and then we can just take off that little bit of excess. There we go. And let's just fold over that edge so we find it again. Nice. To be honest, I don't plan on changing out the stock, so go with soldering on the Dean's plug onto the sprung contact bar. I'm guessing there. Cool, that is no problem at all. Yep, I will do it that way. From yesterday's stream, I also got the gate Aster, and I remember you saying you wouldn't have went with that. Yes, I would have went with the Leviathan personally. Yeah, I mean that it's a totally valid thing. You know, if you're already kind of invested in one ecosystem, then yeah, that's absolutely fine. I personally like the kind of more straightforward sensing and control system that the Leviathans have, but yeah, like the gate stuff, the gate MOSFETs are still fine. Like they're still really good. And then, you know, I'll always recommend the Leviathans, unless Gate change things up and start making their products better, at which point I will recommend Gate again. But they're still very good. Like there's no, you know, it's not like one is fantastic and the other is awful. It's just they're both very good. But for me, the Leviathan. Right, now these new Tokyo Marui gearboxes don't require modification on the back because the wire to help ensure that the wires don't catch the motor pin against everyone else who just do the same thing until it fails so often that they can't get away with it anymore. Right. Okie doke. So then we've got you. Now we're gonna put you in. Now we're gonna put you on top. Nice and neat. And then we're gonna put you down first, and you on top. Then you come back over the top. We're going to do a little 180 twist there, flip you up that way, and that is how the wires should sit. And if you do it this exact way, then the way that the wires sit holds everything flush down there, and that little twist we're putting in stops anything from being able to work its way into the path of the pinion. So before we forget, these off because we have an extra wire there. So that would then apply a little bit too much pressure. 99.9% of the time it is fine. Fine. File and just file down the burr to make sure that is all. Just making sure there's no sharp edges that could possibly catch on the wire at all. There we go. Awesome. Oh, what's your personal opinion of the Solink helical gear set, if you have experience with them? I've used one set so far, and it has been superb. Just as good as the Lonex spiral, if helical. I mean, it is also a spiral gear, not helical, but very positive, and I will be getting more in to use and test. I think there's some, yep, there's a little splodge of green on my alcohol spray bottle. There we go, just wipe that off. Okie doke. So you... and there. Oh, someone is calling me. Nope, that is spam. You can go away. No, you're spam. Stop calling me, please. Oh my word. Right. Now we can just start putting everything together. We'll do the heat shrink on that bundle of wires once the gearbox is closed. There we go. So we've got the real feel kind of trigger system in this. So it adds in like a brake, kind of a realistic brake feeling to the trigger, which is quite nice. So you can see it moving up there as you pull the trigger, and then it suddenly releases when your trigger hits the clicker. So yeah, that is very cool. Another reason I like the Leviathans. Whereas the gate units, you're kind of left more with just an empty, airy feeling, which is fine. Like, I prefer a more clicky microswitch feel. I haven't tried the new gate clickers though. I need to grab one of them at some point and see what they are like. So a little bit of grease on the bearings, and then, oh, is that AJ? Oh, that's maybe Danny coming back. Right, now we can get some grease on the piston rails and the tappet rails. Alright, yeah, come in. Just the battery to convert over. Nice. And convert a battery over. Two batteries, yes. Go. That was dead. Ah, no worries. And it's the XD30s.
Yeah, the mini ones.
Yeah. To tidy up that shelf. Plenty. And we're back. Yeah, I just had a couple of batteries to solder up. Just a few little HBA batteries. Getting them onto XT30. It's a little bit more reliable. Right, so we're using a bit of a thicker grease on the cylinder head because it is static, it doesn't really move. So we can use a thicker grease to seal that. And then use a little bit of that in the air nozzle. Just pack that in. Just coat all the side walls. What we'll do, put you on the air nozzle, or on the cylinder head. And then we can pass a cotton swab all the way through to get out any residue that we don't want shooting down the barrel. And that's going to give us a very reliable, nicely greased nozzle. There we go. Okay, and where are we? Right, we'll need a little bit for rough. Yeah, the weather outside is pretty bad. It is pissing it down. So yeah, that's maybe affecting the satellite. Okay. There we go. Well, that is the gearbox pretty much done. So we will just grease up the top half. Just a little dab on the bushings there. Oh, a bit too much. Right. Time for the photo shoot. Now the music's going to go off because YouTube sucks. I don't know if they've updated the app to stop it from working picture-in-picture mode. There we go. Oh, forgot the spring guide. Picture. There we go. And now we can get, of course, skip the ad. Thank you very much. Right. Now we can do our final assembly. Remember to put the trigger back in. There we go. Gearbox on like so. We can get our trusty thread lock out. Loctite 266 as always. Just a little drop on there. Go. good. Don't need you any longer. Definitely don't need you. Shouldn't need you. Let's just chuck you up there for now. Right, so we can get empty mag system back on. Nice. Cool. So lastly, we need to do our tappet plate and get the sticker on for the Leviathan. Of course, yep, the music will end when I do the Leviathan calibration, because of course. I think maybe there's been a YouTube update overnight and it has screwed everything up. Right. Stick that down very securely. And now you go in nice and easy, and I'll just take this over and get a little bit of heat shrink over that bundle of wires. So I will be back in a second. There we go. Wires bundled and heat shrunk. Okay, so I'm gonna have to do the rest of the assembly off screen because we are live streaming to YouTube and they don't allow you any bodywork shots on YouTube at all while you are live streaming. So yep, that's gonna be fun. I'll have to do this off to the side. Right, we're just putting a little kind of knurling at the end of the pin. Okay. Right, so we can get you in, route the wires. Go. Get our bolt catch in. Oh. And then get this locating pin set in. Go. So the reason I knurl that end is to keep the pin kind of locked into the receiver. It kind of binds it to the receiver a little bit, and that is because they are only retained in the stock setup by the mechanical trigger switch assembly. It's got a little kind of plastic tensiony bit in the middle that locks into apply some friction on the pin and hold it in place. But if you remove that to install any sort of aftermarket ETU, you don't have to either replace it with a screw locking pin or knurl the existing one so that it properly locks in place. There we go, get our grip on. Go. Very nice. Selector works perfectly. Right, what we'll do, we'll just put our castle nut on a little bit. I'm going to just apply some of that thick high vacuum grease on the spring guide there. That's going to help reduce any twang of the spring on the guide there. Happens from time to time in these recoil builds. So we're just going to preempt that with some nice thick grease. There we go. I'm not going to thread lock this all down yet because, there we go. What I'm going to do is screw this buffer tube in, kind of lock it down with the castle nut, just finger tight, but that leaves these wires out. So I haven't put the kind of blanking plate on, but that means I can hook up the stock ETU wiring with my little crocodile clamp to Dean's adapter. That way we can adjust the power just by unscrewing the buffer tube. We can program it, we can test everything's working without having to solder and desolder every time. So I think what I'll do is I'll sort the barrel assembly out and just build it all together. Put the upper and lower receiver together, and then we'll probably move on to the Cyma Platinum, because I don't really want to be spending half an hour having to do all the calibration and FPS tuning, and it's all going to be off screen and of no interest to anyone. So I'll do that after the live stream has finished, so that we're keeping some interesting content for you while we are live. Okay, sorry, before I do that, let's get the motor in. Now these stock grips, the SOPMOD grips are a bit of a pain because wire routing channel. And you have to get the wires sitting in that channel. I might come back to that and do it off once we're done with the live stream, because this is very tricky trying to do it off to the side. That is a bit of a nightmare. I've always just streamed on Twitch before, where we don't have that limitation of, hey, you can't show an airsoft gun, like a full one, on stream. Okay, yeah, I'm not going to be able to do this, trying to keep it off to one side, so I'll come back and I will do that later, when I can do it with the correct amount of light and everything. Be cool if you do a video of the programming aspect for YouTube, if they allow that at a later date. Be interested. You could do airsoft tech videos, but they use like an automated sort of AI moderation for live streams and for everything, because, you know, it's cheap. cheaper than paying real people to do it. And yeah, that system flags up airsoft guns as real guns, and there is no way to appeal. I mean, you can appeal, but it'll just get automatically declined because, of course. So yeah, if you show the bodywork during a live stream on YouTube, it'll just take the stream down and delete it immediately. So yeah, we're not going to do that, but I can record a video and get that uploaded at a later date. So yeah, I'll definitely do that. I'll just record it without streaming and then get that edited and uploaded. Right, so the PDIW hole needs to be trimmed just a little bit so that it fits, because they are a little bit of a tighter fit than the stock hop rubber. There we go. Nice. Okay. So we're just going to coat the inside of the barrel area with some silicone oil. Drop a silicone oil on the hop rubber. That's going to allow them all to slide together reasonably nicely. Just try and ease that in there. What we don't want is to be pinching and stretching the hop rubber a lot, so we need to kind of make sure it's all lubricated. Nope, that did not go in correctly. Nope, oh, okay, I think we have got it this time. There we go. Now we need to see, I'm just going to chuck the stock arm in to see if we are centered, which we are not. There we go. Right, now we're centered. Now we can put our clip in. And what we'll do is we'll take the hop arm off to the mill. We'll flatten that down and get a flat knob in there. Nice. Right, so now we have our modified hop arm. We can get our flat knob in. Nope, that's a hair too big. Where has it gone? Okay, well, let's just cut some fresh ones, shall we? So we want 4 mils. There we go. There we go. So just cut a few nubs there, so I've got some spare. Ready to ship out. There we go. So that is 6 mil by 4 mil by 4 mil. That is the perfect for the TM recoil chambers there. There we go. So with the hop off, it applies no hop, and you can turn it all the way on to float some nice stonking heavy ammo. So I usually recommend this setup up to about 0.3, 3.2s, and then after that you kind of want to look at... Right, so you can go back in the upper. There we go. Let's get a little bit of grease on the top for the blowback assembly. There we go. We need our hop spacer on the chamber there. That's that. We've got our charging handle. Where did that spring go? Did that just roll off while I wasn't looking? Yes, it did. Here we go. This is the downside of trying to do it all live. I can't show this part, so I'm kind of doing it at a weird angle. Right, let's get the receiver spacer in on the left, and the receiver spacer in on the right. There we go. Now we can chuck the receiver pin in. And that is ready for the motor to go in and for the calibration and testing. So I'm going to carry on with that once I've finished live streaming and I don't have to do it at a stupid weird angle. So for now we will put this to one side and crack on. There we go. We'll crack on with the Cyma Platinum. Okie doke. Oh, let's move the stock over. So yeah, that will all be finished tonight or tomorrow. Probably tonight, kind of later on after the stream is finished. We'll maybe stream for another hour and a half, 2 hours, and then I will finish up the live stream and do all the bits that I need to do from there on. Now someone just messaged me on the book face. Cool. Yes, I know, ads, go away. Thank you. Cheers, buddy. Yeah, no problem at all. Thank you very much, Gareth. Yeah, so there's maybe, I mean, there's not a lot of time left on it. Maybe 15-20 minutes to get the power dialed in and get the calibration done. It's just annoying I can't do it now on the live stream. And yeah, just doing that last little bit of soldering to get the power plug hooked in. But it is what it is. We will deal with it. It's not like we pay any money to YouTube or anything. They just use all our data. So we have to deal with their terms and conditions for their product. All right, a little bit of cleaning. Oh yeah, I forgot I found some AEP pinions. Cool. Right, on to the Cyma. Right, what I'm going to do is finish that recording. So that'll be done. A new recording has been completed. Excellent. And then we'll start recording again, and that just gives us a nice clean break. There we go. Wow, okay, that's a 10-second lag now. Maybe not quite 10 seconds, but that is a... 5 seconds of lag there. Oh dear. Gotta love Starlink. Okay, so now we've got the shimming to do. Right, let's log the starting time, 16:45 on the 5th. There we go. And here's one I did earlier. So I've already wrapped this barrel. Oh, that's the one with the R-hop. We don't want that one. There we go. Right. Picked out the wrong edgy barrel there. So I've got one with an R-hop and already installed, and one without. I don't think we're going for the R-hop in this build. So yeah, lovely, edgy, ported steel barrel. Absolute perfect mirror finish on the inside. I mean, I'll not be able to show you, unfortunately, down the camera, but yeah. Okay, so we've got a bag of screws. We have got our motor, got our hot chamber. Piston assembly. Tappet plate. Cylinder head and nozzle options. And the aster. Right, there's also. There we go. Thank goodness. A PTS grip. Not a big fan of the those quick release, you know, the quick motor release grips that come on the Cyma Platinums. Yeah, do not like. Not for me. Well, I'm actually getting a little bit peckish, so I think I'm gonna go and chuck my lunch in the oven. That will only take a few minutes. Right, let's get this started. There we go. Right, how are we with the Mag 5 hot rubber? Okay, that's fitting nicely. And how are we? Not fantastic. Okay. How are we going to be with this one? Much better. Okay. Oh, it's not liking that. Oh, someone's calling me. Oh dear, oh dear. I've just sent them a message to say, hey, I'm live streaming right now. Okay, right, let's get the music back on. Oh, it didn't close the thing this time. Well, that's better. Yeah, that's still not going to work. Might be able to get that working actually. Yeah, so it'll be fine with the PDI W hold. let's get a BB through that. Okay, yeah, that's absolutely fine. Right. So I think we might be able to actually get this working with the Mag 5 hot rubber. That would be nice. Okay. Right, I'll be back in a minute. I think this is gonna work nicely. Right, now we just need to clean that through a little bit. There we go. Nice. Okay. Yep, I think this can work. And how are we with a BB passing through? Oh, perfect. There we go. Right, let's get our locking collar in. Nice. Okay. Get a little. I think we might be missing an O-ring here. This is trickier with gloves than it should be. There we go. Cool. Right. Du-du-du-du-du. There we go. Nice. I think that is going to work fantastically. I will need to find that other O-ring though. Not sure where that's gone. Maybe sitting in here or something. Don't need the PDIW hold. Goodbye. Okay. Yes, I was going to go put my lunch in the oven. Okay, right. I will be back in 2 minutes. Lunch is on, tea's brewing. Let's get cracking. I'm gonna need some new gloves. Do I really need gloves yet? Yeah, we're not done the greasing yet, so let's chuck these on. Keep my hands warm at least. It is pretty chilly. Right, so we've got our barrel assembly done. Let's just double check that it's the right length. Yeah. Perfect. That is spot on. Exactly the right length. Okay. Well, we can KoLink Pro 34K motor. Has 2 speeds. I'm actually not sure. It's 34K and something else. Probably about 28K or something. Actually not 100% sure. So this is one step down from the V5. Right. Where are my grip screws? So it's just exact same procedure. Yeah, we've got our cutouts on there anyway, so that's fine. We don't need to add them. There we go. Oh, spot on. Again, perfect shaft support tower height there. So very impressed with that from SOLink. What is going on here? I think someone has a sim. Maybe they just put it through a little bit too far. Cool, that'll do for now. We are about to set the height anyway. Now is this the new one with both 2mm? Yes it is. Very good. Yeah, so the old PTS grips had a 2mm on the front and then a 1.5mm on the back, but the new ones have both screws use a 2mm Allen key, which is just convenient. That's it. It's just convenient. It's nothing else. It's not better or worse or anything. It's just a little bit more convenient. So I guess slightly better, but otherwise functionally identical. There we go. Okay, so now we can look in here and check the height. I'm just going to do it over here where I can see. Right, that needs to come in a tad. Just a hair more. Maybe another little 1/8 turn. Yeah, there we go. I'm hoping we can kind of get this to much the same stage as the recoil in about the same amount of time. So maybe we can finish up the live stream sort of 6:30, 7 o'clock, because I've got a bunch of other things I need to do tonight. I've got... thank you very much for the like, Ferry. Yeah, I've got a bunch of other stuff I need to get cracking on with tonight. I've got an M14 EBR that needs a little work. Customer is coming to get it tomorrow, so there was just a few kind of last minute little bits. We've changed it from basically a full auto build to semi-auto, so I just got to recalibrate it for single shot, long range, high power, high volume. Nice. But yeah, all the shimming and everything's done. It's got some nice low neck spiral gears. It's got a Warhead CNC black motor. So yeah, we'll probably just swap out the mainspring and the cylinder. Maybe the piston if I've short stroked it. I don't remember. But yeah. Got to give it a little spray job before it goes, so I can do that in the morning, ready for an afternoon collection, and at the same time get the Cyma Platinum, the recoil, all finished off and ready to post. So very, very busy. Oop. There we go. Not an awful lot of play there, actually. I'm thinking... There we go. Right, I need some light. Okie doke. Well, I think we'll go with a 0.1 on top of there, and then adjust from there. Right, where are my shims? Oh, getting tired now. That's what happens when I'm just chatting away for hours on end. Just, there we go, feeling it a little bit. To be fair, oh, I was brewing a cup of tea, wasn't I? Okay. Yeah, I've not had my lunch yet. I do need a wee cup of tea to keep me going, keep me warm. So, yeah, we can. Right, I'll just get this grip on, and then I think I'll go and finish making my tea. That'll give me something to sip at least. There we go. We'll go with that on the top side. And then the rest can go underneath. Okay, so we're going to need maybe 0.8 under there. Right, we can actually just shove the grip to one side now. Do I have any 0.5s left? A couple. Nice. I think we're going to need some. You know, just a random shim that's fallen out. Just get some of that sticky old grease off. There we go. Right, so 0.5. Let's just start with 0.8 and see how we get on. Now the 0.1 has stuck to the bushing at the top. Okay, so we're going to need a lot more than 0.8. Where's my 0.5s? Oh, you're all empty. Right, I'm going to grab another pack and get my tea. Always forgetting my tea. There we go. I forgot the shims. Right. Point 5. Okay, so now we're at 1.3 mils total. Let's see how we get on with that. Pretty damn close to perfect. Let's see what happens when we screw it closed. Actually perfect. There we go. Okay, we can move on to the next one. Right, spur gear. Just grab a bunch of thick boys, use them up. I don't usually like the big wide shims like these. Under a spur gear, that's about the only, so under the spur gear or on top of the bevel, that's about the only places you can reliably put the wide shims. So let's see how that sits, eh? Right, I'll pull my light down so I can see. Good, there's plenty of space. Might raise it up a little bit more. There's still some room to go if we want optimal contact. There we go. That'll do. Nice. Okay, and for this one, we will have to remove the bevel gear to finish shimming the spur because of it can block the upward movement of the spur gear, so it can hide how many shims we need above it. Okay, let's do a 0.3 on top of that. Too much. Right, ditch that pack and just start on this pack of 0.3 so I can put that 0.3 back with some friends. Go right. Let's do a little 0.2 in there. Okay, that's got some play. There we go. Right. Right, now we can move on to the second gear. Where are we? So we'll probably need a 0.5 under that. So let's start with that and see how we get on. Now these kind of SHS, or whatever they want to be, gears usually have quite a large cut-off cam under them. So, no, that's a bit too low. Okay, well, we can take it up a step. That is fine. Go. So we're up to 0.7 mils now. I need some light so I can see. Okay, well that's clearing the teeth, but it's not clearing the lower section. Oops. Let's get another 0.2 in there. Right. There we go. Spot on. And maybe a 0.3 on top of that. Okay, that might tighten down just enough. A little bit more on that actually, so we'll go to 0.35 I think. Right. So we'll take the 3 off. We'll go with a 2. So go with a 2 and a 1.5. There we go. That's it. Right, let's get... Oopsie daisy. So, we can get our bevel gear in. Everything tested. Then we'll have the final green light from the shimming, and we can move on to testing out which nozzle is going to be best, and then which cylinder head will match up with the nozzle best of all. There we go. Very nice. absolutely spot on. So now we can before moving on to the next stage. Oops. We don't need you. You are a grip screw, and all the shims can go back in their box. As well as that new pack we just opened. There we are. Excellent. Right, where's my grease? You know what? I'm gonna top this up. Bit of super lube. Now we can put the grease where it needs to go. Be a little bit more sparing on this, just because the gate sensors tend to be a little bit more sensitive to grease splatter. There we go. Make sure we wipe off all the excess. We can move on to the bevel. Just that one single shim for the top. Nice. Make sure the grease gets in all the teeth and the anti-reversal steps. We put the grease where we want it to be. We don't rely on the grease doing its own job for us. That one's stuck pretty well already. It's fine by me. Still one left. There we go. And last little bit of greasing. Make sure we wipe off any excess, and then we'll give that an extra wipe with a little cotton bud once we've got it installed in the gearbox. But now the shimming and greasing of the gears is done, we can pull out our barrel. Let's have a look. Right. let's have a play with the EPS cylinder head. Oh, that is nice. That's the FPS one can compete. I mean, the EPS is double the price, so, you know. So that's our full extension wobble. Let me bring it up. So this is the full extension wobble on the FPS, and this is the full extension wobble on the EPS. So there is a lot less. That is making a convincing case. So we're not going to lose much volume, if any, really, on the FPS software. Let's give this a shot. Right, I'm just going to adjust the microphone position for a second so I can bring the light down. Okay, so I think we might actually need to do a tiny little bit of modification to this tappet plate just to get that sitting in properly. I think I'm going to have to take this back just a hair. Because that wasn't quite allowing the tappet plate to sit fully forward. So just a tiny little bit of modification required. There we go. Not much, just like a little mill square removed. Okay, so what? So the slight angle, just a slight angle on the actual gearbox shell itself. Okay, I think we can work with that. That's a little bit better. So I think what we'll do just bring you back at an angle. There we go. I'm going to thin off that front face a little bit, and that's going to give us a much better air seal. So, not much, just a little bit. It's just going to allow our air nozzle to sit forward just a hair more, make a little bit of a better. There we go. Oh, excuse me. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, a little bit of a better air seal. Yeah, I can feel it pushing up against those lips of the hop rubber now, and that is what we want. So we have some little grub screws here to sort of grip onto the cylinder head locating pins by the looks of it, to sort of reduce any wobble and movement there. Neat, I like that. Cool, not going to move around. I like that a lot. That is a neat little feature. Just adds in one extra step of consistency. Awesome. Right, well let's get some thread lock on there, because we don't want them moving around. That's the opposite of the effect we're going for. So, they are a bit more expensive, but I'm honestly impressed with the EPS cylinder head. I wasn't entirely convinced it would justify the price, but starting to think it will now. It locked in. Nice. Very good. Okie doke. Well, I think we'll just send that FPS one back. I'm thinking we'll stick with the EPIS cylinder head and matched the sort of angle that I was thinning this out at. It's only thinned by 0.3 mils. So yeah. Right. Now we're just gonna chuck some grease in there. Ah, Andrew, hey, thanks for the like there. This is your Cyma Platinum I'm working on. So yeah, we've just determined that the EPIS cylinder head nozzle is going to give us, it's going to be a lot more stable and consistent, especially at the higher speeds. Right, still absolutely loving the Prometheus cylinders. So let's get that nice and greased. How is the seal? Oh, that is good. Tight, but not so tight you have to hammer it in. There we go. Life advice. Where's my grease? There we go. Cool. So let's just do a quick check of the air seal. Thinking this is going to be one of the best I've ever had. Now, if you know me, you'll know I'm a pretty big guy. You know, strongman training, lifting Atlas stones, all this kind of stuff. And I physically cannot push forward. Okay, I am happy with that. I think that may just be the best air seal that I've ever seen. Very impressed with the EPIS cylinder head and air nozzle. Very impressed. Okay, next up is the Aster installation. It smells of peanuts. Maybe it's just the yeah, it's the bubble wrap. The bubble wrap smells of peanuts. Odd. Okay, that's fine. Right. Go over there. Now, I'm actually going to read this quick start guide because I haven't done an Aster 2 yet. Blah, 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 blah. Page 8 installation. We don't need all the other crap. Warning, 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 blah, 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 blah. Caution, legal note. Ba-ba-dee-ba, technical spec. Doesn't actually tell you anything about the installation. Well, right. Don't read that. Okay, so that's just normal Aster stuff. You got a sticker. Actually, we don't even need the sticker because we've got the quantum trigger. So we'll only need the selector plate sticker, which is basically the same as the Cyma Platinum one, but reversed. It goes the other way around. Don't need you. Oh, they're using a different wire for these ones. I wonder what brand that is. Same spec as last time. Yeah, 600 volt, 600, 16 AWG, AWM style. Not familiar with this exact brand of wire, but it's basically the same spec as any other standard 16. Of course. The hole for the trigger post is not the right size, because of course it's not. Well, luckily there is nothing sensitive in that area, so we can just drill that out a hair. Four mils. Cool. We can do that. Yeah. So that is fine. Yeah, there are no traces in that area. It's just bare. Just fiberboard. Go. Not the most ideal. We gotta deal with airsoft spec. There we go. Now, these ridiculous shims are going to be the wrong size as well, aren't they? Yeah, because they're not designed to go. We might just be able to tighten it down. It's a squishy plastic shim. Right, which screw size? Probably this one. Nope, not going to work. So what I think we'll have to do is thin that post down a little bit, like take the height of it down just a hair. That is annoying unless I have some shims that'll work. There we go, this is my MOSFET installation kit tray. See, these will work, but they're metal. I don't think I've got any plastic shims that will be the perfect size, so we're gonna have to just mill that down a tad. Okay. I didn't make that for V2s, did I? That's not going to work. Okay, well, we can do it by hand. Okay, I think that's going to work. So, for those of you watching, the Gate Aster 2 is... We have got a bunch of little modifications that we need to do to the gearbox and the trigger board itself, which I would not really recommend to anyone who is not completely comfortable with that sort of tech work. There we go. That will now work because the post is just ever so slightly lower than the board, and that difference in thickness is going to allow us to clamp down correctly without any problems. There we go. Job done. Right, so this time we want our, oh come on, let's just move them up a hair. So we want you to go down first, and then you, and then you on top. Go. And then this time you're going to go under and stay that way, because we want the signal or thin wire to go first and then the larger one to sit and kind of hold it in place. Still not an awfully big fan of these Cyma Platinum gearboxes. This wire routing it's a neat idea, but it is not executed well enough, if you ask me. Over that side, it's going to give us a little bit more space there to just tuck you in, and you can go down, and then you're all held in place by you. There we go. Oops, no, you don't go in between there. Perfect. There. So that is that all sitting nicely. Right. There's my trigger spring. Let's just do a little test fit of you. Oh, excuse me. Nice. Now again, I'm not going to be able to program and calibrate this on screen because that requires the app to run on my laptop, which is chugging away in the background there. It is not happy running all the screen, the webcam capture software and Streamlabs. It does not like that. It would actually just die if I tried to also boot up the gate control station app. Now on this spur gear, I'm going to use just to the cycle detection sensors, so that grease is going to stay where I put it a lot more than the super lube will. But it's extremely thick, so it's it will decrease efficiency if we use that everywhere, which is why I'm not doing that. So we use it where it needs to be, and no more. There we go, plenty of space under there for the sensors. Let's get that anti-reversal latch in. Trigger. Yeah, now we can close over the gearbox. Do the final rebuild. Ah, that was something I was going to do. Let's just take a little bit more grease off that spur gear. So that's nice and easy. There we go. See daisy, this is why we grease those shims, to keep them in place. Right, well, we may do a little bit of tappet fin shaping if we need to, but we will we'll see how we get on without first. We'll take it from there. If we need to shape the fin, then we will. If we need to shorten it, then we will. But we'll start off with it as normal, and if the feeding is solid, well, there's no need to change anything. There you go, bit of the thick grease for the spring guide there. Let's chuck you in there. Whoopsie daisy. Chuck you in there. Oh, now it minimizes. Okie doke. So we'll take a... Oh, hey Rob, thanks for the like there. Get you out of the shot. And get one one without the trigger for Instagram. There we go. Oh, another ad. Another ad, of course. There we go. Right. So yeah, this is gonna be a hell of a setup. We can close the gearbox now. We are basically done. Well, on the bulk of it anyway. Nice. Right. Let's just right, we still need you. We don't need you any longer. We still need to sort you out. Don't need you. Don't need you. You. Don't need you. Don't need you. What about you? So you can all just go back in your little bag. Go. Okay. Nice. So get the old seal scraper out just to take off you. What I'm going to do is sand that down a tad to give it a little step, and then we can put the new sticker on. go. Okie doke. Now we can get a little sticker installed. And that little sanded back step means it's not going to catch on any edges. There we go. Nice. Okie doke. Well, we are at that stage again where, yeah, I've got to put this in the bodywork, which I can't do on screen, so probably going to finish up the live stream about there. And unfortunately, I will have to do the final stages of the last of the Cyma Platinum and the recoil SOPMOD off of the live stream. But yeah, I will get everything else edited and up online in the nearish future. Yeah, I hope you have enjoyed the stream so far. Those of you who have kind of tuned in for that. And yeah, any questions, chuck them over. I will. I know I've got a couple of emails to reply to from people on stream. And yeah, as always, it's been fantastic. Have a great rest of your day. And I will see you next time. Cheerio.